We are thrilled to welcome you to our Grantmakers for Girls of Color 2022 virtual convening. This year's gathering will focus on reclamation and reciprocity, harvesting just and liberated futures for girls, femmes, and gender-expansive youth of color.
Safety looks like the freedom to be, the freedom to own back your body. It looks like truth.
We're so excited to collaborate with you all towards a vision of a just and liberated future for all girls, femmes, and gender-expansive youth of color. We'll have exciting plenaries and keynote speakers, performances, and workshops for our community of funders, grantee partners, and of course, youth.
Our girls and femmes and gender-expansive young people have been telling us for years that they need our investment, they need our attention, they need us to hold them.
Now is the time to imagine and to strategize on how we can all invest in the creativity, the wisdom, and the leadership of youth of color. Thank you for joining us. Now, let's get started.
Hello, welcome to day 3 of our convening, Reclamation and Reciprocity, Harvesting Just and Liberated Futures for Girls, Femmes, and Gender-Expansive Youth of Color. I am Sam Lee, she, her, Senior Director of Data and Technology Operations at G4GC. I am of Chinese ancestry, 4th-generation Malaysian, raised in London, and today I'm joining you all from lands originally protected by the Munsee Lenape and Wappinger people in Westchester County, New York. I'm grateful to my ancestors and to those that have come before me that I can be here with you all right now. Yesterday, NAR and their magnificent panel brought us into day 2, thinking about trans-liberated futures with affirmation, celebration, and joy. Then our superheroes of the Miss Marvel panel reminded us to trust in Bamemsa girls and gender-expansive youth's capacity to lead. And we were blessed with so much good music yesterday. Onyx graced us with their beautiful music, and the Girls Make Beats crew one-upped day 1 with not 1, but 2 dance parties. We had such a wide array of workshops to choose from too. Did anyone else have FOMO like me and joined more than one? I also hope that existing G4GC grantees got a chance to build community with one another in the Kiki circles with our brilliant fund managers in the afternoon. We have so much more in store for you that will feed your soul today. It is my honor to hand over to these outstanding humans I get to call colleagues, Maheen Kaleem and Josefina Casati, who will introduce our next plenary, Centering Indigeneity to Build Healing Across Communities.
Thank you, Sam. Hello again, everyone. I am Maheen Kaleem. My pronouns are she, her. I'm the Vice President of Programs and Operations at G4GC, and I'm joined by my colleague, Josefina Casati, who is the Senior Director of Communications.
Gracias, Sam, y saludos y buen día a todos. Yo soy Josefina Casati, directora de comunicaciones, con mi maravillosa colega Maheen Kaleem, vicepresidente de operaciones y programas. Ambas somos de G4GC.
When we are not able to speak the languages most natural and comfortable for us, we lose so much. Colonization and enslavement have tried to erase ways of being, knowledge, and ideas that simply don't exist in English. Language justice fights this.
Cuando no podemos hablar en nuestros propios idiomas, los que son más naturales y cómodos para nosotros, perdemos mucho. La colonización y la esclavitud han tratado de borrar varias formas de ser, conocimientos e ideas que simplemente no existen en inglés. La justicia del lenguaje lucha contra todo esto.
Language justice as a practice is gaining momentum in philanthropic spaces. Thanks to social justice interpreters like Telesh Lopez and Lila Arnaud, Judith, Norma, Catalina, and Wendelin, who led our language justice workshop earlier this week. But we still have a long way to go.
Las prácticas de la justicia del lenguaje están ganando impulso en los espacios filantrópicos, gracias a los intérpretes de justicia social como Telesh López, Lila Arnaud, Judith, Norma, Catalina y Wendelin, quienes dirigieron nuestro taller de justicia lingüística a principios de esta semana, pero aún nos falta mucho por hacer.
Here at G4GC, we are at the beginning of this language justice journey. For example, we have live captioning, but not American Sign Language. Only one of our panels, the next one, is fully bilingual.
Aquí en G4GC estamos al comienzo de este camino hacia la justicia lingüística. Por ejemplo, tenemos subtítulos en vivo, pero no lenguaje de signos americano. Y solo una de nuestras sesiones, la siguiente, es completamente bilingüe.
We are based in the United States and operate within philanthropy as an industry, which has traditionally created many barriers for those for whom spoken or written English is not their preferred or primary language. Young people are always creating new ways to communicate with each other. For girls, femmes, and gender-expansive youth of color, it is critical that we create spaces where people can communicate in the languages most authentic and comfortable to them.
Estamos ubicados en los Estados Unidos y operamos dentro de la industria de la filantropía, la cual tradicionalmente ha creado muchas barreras para aquellos que no escriben o hablan inglés como su idioma preferido o principal. Los jóvenes siempre están creando nuevas formas de comunicarse entre sí. Es fundamental que creamos espacios donde las personas puedan comunicarse en los idiomas más auténticos y cómodos para ellas, especialmente para las niñas, mujeres, femmes y jóvenes de género expansivo.
We are working to do better with captions and language access, and we also know that doing better requires time, attention, learning, and commitment. Our next panel is fully bilingual in English and Spanish. It will not be on the main stage because our conference platform doesn't allow for viewers to choose the language of their choice. Thankfully, Zoom does.
Estamos trabajando para hacerlo mejor, al incluir subtítulos y mejorar el acceso lingüístico. Y también nos damos cuenta que mejorar se requiere de tiempo, atención, aprendizaje y compromiso. Nuestro próximo panel es totalmente bilingüe en inglés y español. No se llevará a cabo en el escenario principal porque nuestra plataforma de conferencias no permite a los espectadores elegir su idioma preferido. Afortunadamente, en Zoom sí se puede.
We invite you to click the link below and join us for this incredible panel discussion on centering indigeneity to build healing across communities. To attend, look to the left on your screen and click on the red Zoom link.
Les invitamos a hacer clic en el enlace y nos acompañen en esta increíble conversación sobre centrando la indigeneidad para construir sanación en las comunidades. Para asistir, miren a la izquierda de su pantalla y hagan clic en el enlace de Zoom rojo.
Thank you and see you there.
Y ahí nos vemos.
What's up, y'all? Thank you so much for taking the time to join us for this plenary. Quick to listen, fast to follow, boldly fun, co-curating and funding havens for the innovation and leadership of Black girls, femmes, and gender-expansive youth. My name is Cedra Sebastian, and I'm the fund manager for the Black Girl Freedom Fund at Grantmakers for Girls of Color. Before we get started, I want to invite folks to settle in. Consider where you are located and think of a Black girl. Think of a Black gender-expansive youth. Think of a young Black femme. Who is that person? How do they inspire you? And how do they shape your community? During this hour, we have together, along with Lorelei Williams, Kenya Bryant, and Dr. Ramati Begora, we'll be underlining the importance of investing in Black girls, femmes, and gender-expansive youth, and share examples of how folks in philanthropy are co-creating and funding robustly spaces that are supporting their creativity, leadership, and innovation. Before we jump into that, I want to make sure that we bring young people into the room. And so we're going to tune into a clip from this year's Black Girl Freedom Week to hear from some of our young people.
When it comes to investment and philanthropy, what is important for people to know about Black girls and gender-expansive youth?
So something that was said to me a long time ago was, "We keep us safe." And it's always stuck with me, and it's stuck with me throughout my philanthropy experience. When it comes to philanthropy, Black girls, femmes, and gender-expansive youth, we come last when it comes to investment, whether that be asking who needs investment or the actual investments themselves. And we're not even asked what kind of investments that we actually need for our community. So who's better to ask than us?
Yeah, absolutely. Who better to ask than you all?
I wanted to hop in and say I definitely agree, Jamie. To add on with you were saying, I think the most important thing about Black girls, femmes, and gender-expansive youth in philanthropy right now is that not only is that just asking what our needs are, but also taking a step further and pushing them well and see like what a true investment looks like. And typically what that means right now is like a loss of power or a shift of power distribution. I think so often power distributed to like adults or who are asking our needs, but I think in order for our needs fully met, like self-actualization to occur, Black girls and fans and jerks need to shift the power. I think beyond these words is definitely what that looks like. Because now we take like a leading role in what we need, and we get to make decisions and not want someone making decisions for us.
Yeah, thank you both, Zoe and Jamie. What's sitting most and resonating most with me is about what both of y'all are saying around shifting power to young people, about the fact that we keep each other safe. We know that traditionally philanthropy as a sector is extractive, right? When we think about it as a sector and as an industry, we know that it is often rooted in the land grabs and genocide of Native Indigenous peoples. We know that it is rooted in and fueled by historically by the enslavement of African descendant peoples, of extractive industries all around the world. We also know that it is rooted in often the exploitation of women's labor. And so it's really exciting to think about and acknowledge that philanthropy is actually ancestral. While we think of philanthropy in the industry as top-down, philanthropy is actually core to who all of us are, to our communities. It's interesting, in the last panel, just a little while ago, we learned and witnessed about who is funding Black girls, right? And we know that historically Black women are the folks who are funding this work abundantly. And so it's really exciting to think about the beautiful work that Black Girl Freedom Fund is able to do as part of really building on that legacy of Black feminist leadership. And it's really beautiful to be able to witness the work of folks like Jamie and Zoe, who are able to both fund and invest in their peers and also build community with each other.
Wow, I could look at that clip over and over again. I'm always so inspired when I think of who Jamie and Zoe are and the amazing contributions that they've already been making to the world and specifically in philanthropic spaces. And so I want to turn the mic over to Ramatu, Lorelei, and Kenya, who represent those few Black women who are in philanthropic spaces, who are doing the work to robustly fund Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth. If you can give an introduction of who you are, why, how you're connected to this work, and what's something from the video that is resonating with you.
I'll step in. I'm Lorelei Williams, she, her, and I'm the executive director of the Warner Music Group Blavatnik Family Foundation Social Justice Fund. I can't get enough of hearing that quote either in that clip. What I hear in that conversation is essentially the element of Ubuntu, a reminder of our shared humanity and our interdependence, and the fact that there is this continuum, right? I loved how the sister talked about philanthropy as being an ancestral practice. That reminds me of the Irmandade da Boa Morte in Brazil, a confraternity of women who were enslaved and newly freed in the 1800s who purchased one another out of freedom. You know, this is something that is innately a part of who we are. I think there's a way that certainly, you know, it's been institutionalized and formalized, but this is a practice that's essential to who we are and in ways that we keep each other safe. That's another piece that I heard that really resonated. And this idea of safety being a precursor to us really exploring our full creative potential, safety as a precursor to freedom, safety as a precursor to creativity. And the final piece I heard was this importance, which is why I think we're all here, of this idea of shifting power and decision-making to our young people and really relying on their wisdom and stepping back with humility to let them lead.
Wow, thank you so much. I'm going to pass it over to Ramatu.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Ramatu Bangura. I am the executive director of the Children's Rights Innovation Fund. We are a new fund that seeks to resource young people as they advocate for their rights, both as young people and as children, but also as activists. And so we work to move resources into their hands in the ways that they define it and the ways they seek that out. And so I consider our work to be in a tradition, both in a tradition of Black philanthropy and rooted in our legacies and our genealogies, but also very much a practice that is being built as we go, as a way of understanding what are the opportunities that we can capitalize on to move resources to not only our people, but also to the youngest of us, recognizing that safety is oftentimes something that is garnered at the very most intimate level, and that's often among those that are our age peers and the peers of us in our work and our folks that we can identify with. And so I marvel at the way that young women keep each other safe because they know what safety means and what it looks like, but also the way that we all, whenever we come on and we don the cloak of philanthropy and realize that all that we do, so much of what we do is philanthropic without naming it as such, and that there is power in that naming, and that it kind of, I think, blunts the norms that say that philanthropy almost always comes from wealth, always comes from white supremacy, that it always comes from patriarchy, but that indeed we are philanthropic. And so I am both just filled with joy but also challenged by the young women in that clip who talked about the ways that they move money to each other and they move money to other young women. And I also am excited to be part of that tradition, as well as I think about like older and traditions in our lineage that teach us about giving and building power and moving resources and shifting resources. So yeah, it's always good to hear and be reminded both of whence we come, and also where we need to be going and who should be leading us. And that's what I definitely take from that piece.
Ashe, thank you, Ramatu. Kenya?
Yeah, hi. Thank you for having me. Kenya Bryant, Program Officer at the City Foundation. I do the philanthropy within the City Foundation's context, especially within their Action for Racial Equity work, really helping to steer that forward as we see it through a philanthropic lens. I will say that from that video, the "We Keep Us Safe," I was snapping my fingers under the table. I felt that very deeply, and it translates to kind of how I think approach my work itself, but then also that of my community and with my family and friends on a personal level too. We hold each other down, I guess is my translation of that for me. Second, I will also say that, language is super important. And I heard from Zoe, particularly that the using the terms, the investments being lost or shift in power, specifically, that for me made me think of the reckoning that philanthropy is having with terms and with language itself, and how I can speak from the corporate philanthropy perspective that in moving the work, we have to be super sharp about word choice, right? And so kind of to bring in that buy-in and have folks kind of really sign off on a lot of the programs or initiatives that we're really trying to spearhead forward, specifically with like a racial equity context, as well as that of Black girls and gender expansive youth. And by that, I mean, it's not a loss, it's a shift, right? It's not a pivot, but it's a reprioritization of funding. Like all of that jargon is our way of calling a spade, and really allowing folks to push the needle within the work that we do. That's kind of how I interpreted Zoe's comments particularly.
Yes, I've been putting myself on mute because I'm over here like, and ashing throughout all the things that you all are saying. I'm also taking notes, and maybe I should have asked people to get something they can take notes with as well, because you all are just sharing so much that is amazing and aligned with what both Jamie and Zoe have said, but also I think a lot of just richness that we can take with us, not only in this conversation, but beyond, right? So thank you so much for that. As I think about some of the things that you all say that are connected, right? Picking up on what Jamie said around "we keep us safe," right? You kind of brought that forward, Lorelei, to like, we keep us safe. Safety gets us to freedom. Safety protects our ability to be creative, right? And when I think about innovation, when I think about creativity, Black girls and gender expansive youth are leading the way in so many different spaces, right? And I wonder if you all can talk about, from your perspective, what do you think gets in the way of funders, policymakers, and community folks from listening to and following the leadership and innovation of Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth? What gets in the way of them listening to them and taking their leadership?
I think this is a question. I'm happy to start. I think this is a question I ask a lot because it's not a rational answer. I'm sorry, did you all lose me? I'm in a faraway place, and I apologize if
It's all good. Folks should know that we are not in the same place, and not just because of Zoom life. We can absolutely hear you, but we are global.
Okay.
This is happening
right.
in real time globally. We got you, Ramatu.
Yeah, so greetings from Mombasa, or Lamu in Kenya. This is a question I ask a lot because it's not intuitive, and it's not a rational response. I think sometimes we imagine that the folks that choose not to put the resources where the work is happening and who is leading that work, that they have very good reasons, that they're often like, they've thought it out. There's a calculation that we're running up against. And my experience has been that that's not the case. One of the things I try to remember is that I've never been proven wrong when I've invested in girls, young femmes, and gender expansive youth. I've never found an opportunity to say, well, that didn't work. So this isn't a rational calculation that folks are making. I think oftentimes, and I hope no one takes offense to this, but it really is about the ways in which we are complicit in maintaining the status quo and maintaining power structures that we all say are oppressive, but it feels scary to challenge and dismantle and move those along. And so I think the rationale is not a rationale in and of itself. It's that we keep wanting to put resources in places where it doesn't seem to be working. And we're still contending with the same issues, and yet we continue to not put the resources in the hands of those that have proven time and time again that they can move the needle, that they can make change, that they can shift entire paradigms. It's no longer a rational conversation. We're talking about forces that are embedded in power hierarchies that are designed to strengthen power, to advance power of those that have always had power. And so I always just struggle with the question. I think I've stopped trying to figure out the rational explanation, the chart that I need to provide, the report that we need to write, the program that we need to design that will then move resources to the places that have proven time again that they are where the resources need to be, and recognize that what we're up against is the irrational and the irrationality and the insanity of patriarchy, of racism and white supremacy, of capitalist forces that are deeply entrenched, and that the only rationale is the sustenance and the maintenance of that power. And to the degree that we continue to try to contend, negotiate with it, we often find ourselves frustrated that why aren't the resources going to the people that we know have continued to make change? We're no longer at a point where we're trying to make a case for what could be proven. We're at a point where we're up against irrational forces that are really grappling to maintain power, and that power continues to be threatened because our young people, whether they're girls, femmes, gender non-conforming youth, are continuing to challenge that power, and that power is insecure right now, and it's feeling scared, and it's running, and it's acting irrationally. And I think those of us that are in a position to move resources have to recognize that we have to stop this conversation of convincing people who will not be convinced. One of the things that I argue all the time is that our role is not to convince, our role is to create imperative, create a swelling tide that folks have to get on board with or contend with. Because convincing folks that releasing power is in their best interest, for whom power is all that they've had, I don't know, I feel like it's a lost battle.
Yes, all of it. When Cedra posed the question, my first response in my mind was themselves. Like that literally period at the end of that. That's all I had there. And a lot of what you're saying, Ramatsu, is exactly what I think a lot of us in this space, I'll speak for myself, are feeling, particularly as Black women within the philanthropic sector, right? I think there are, biases and mistrust for some that get in the way of seeing the benefits of actual transformative change that comes with following the leadership and innovations of Black people generally, but specifically Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth. And to your point, I think I feel like it was hitting a wall a bit around that convincing people piece. We can't do that. Like there's so much within the sphere of influence that we have to kind of push things across the table and get things done and signed off, et cetera, to get the resources and funding out the door to support those who deserve it. I don't even say need it. It's theirs. And for others to kind of feel as though that's not good enough, it's really hard to push against that, and to do so it requires a lot of brave space, right? A lot of talking up myself even to get to that point. But then it gets to a point when it's like, I got nothing. How can we do this collectively to kind of help continue to move this forward? Because it's very difficult. It's super hard. But go ahead. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I co-sign all of that. And I think for me, when I think about what gets in the way of moving resources and power into the hands of girls, young femmes, and gender expansive youth, is fear, right? A lack of courage. I think it's ego. I think it's also a question of capacity for those of us who are on the inside, and a capacity and infrastructure, and in some cases, expertise. So I think there's the piece that Ramatu spoke to in Kenya around, the institutions that we work within. And we clearly know that if they wanted it to be different, it would already be different. So I'm not going to speak to that because I love the idea of we don't have to convince people anymore. But what I want to speak to, though, is internally, as we sort of wrangle these roles as, for me, intermediaries, right, connected very deeply, so many of us, to the work of our grantees, and also navigating inside of these institutions. And so I think there's a sense within, within the capitalist structure, within the structures of private philanthropy, that they know best, right? And that what could these young people possibly know about, innovation or creativity or building institutions or building movements? So I think we have to address ego, and in doing so, create more spaces for young women, femmes, and non-binary folks to actually lead and to put their voices forward, because sometimes I think it's a matter of bringing them into the room, because I've seen it be so incredibly transformational for people who don't know that power. And I think there's a piece also of time and capacity. When I was at Comic Relief, I had a much larger staff. And one of the first things I did was launch a participatory grant making initiative. We had 8 folks from 4 different continents. And it was incredible. And it was also incredibly time consuming. And so right now I have two staff members. And so to think about now, how do you continue to resource participatory grant making, even if you don't have the actual bandwidth to do it? And so we do that really in partnership with a number of our intermediaries. We're really excited to work with Grant Makers for Girls of Color, looking at intersectional lens around stopping the school to prison pipeline. We're looking at that with some of our grantees in Brazil, interjecting gender justice into criminal justice reform. And so sort of sharing partnership in shared power, making space for some of that work, which we know is really critical. And I think in terms of the expertise, there is there is an art to this, right? A lot of times people don't think of social justice work or philanthropy or movement building as creativity, but I think there's something to that, and it's an art form. And it's also an art form that needs practice and some capacity for training. And so trying to think about how do you create the spaces to build a curriculum if you're trying to give away money and bring young people into that decision-making process. So that type of expertise, people who can speak, not to or for young people, but who actually have the capacity to step back and listen and facilitate those voices. That's a level of expertise that we need more of in the field. And I think just, basic humility again, clearly, as Ramatu said, we've been funding the things that don't work. And so it's time to kind of have some courage and think about stepping into what's unknown and what's uncertain, and letting young people tell us where we need to be going.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And it's bringing me right back to one of the first things that Jamie says in that video, right? We know the answers. We know how to move. And so often Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth are the last who are surveyed, are the last who are asked to be a part of focus groups. And if they are, what they share is captured and put to the side, right? And there are very few opportunities where we can name that they're listened to, they're valued, and people adults actually move forward with the things that they are advising us to do and showing us that they can do, right? And so my next question for you all is to share a little bit about new models of funding that you think need to be built right now, or that you are currently building, new models of funding that really consider Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth. And I would bring it over to Ramatu, because, you said this and I want to make sure that people catch it, right? So you are currently in Kenya tuning in to be a part of this conversation. And the work that you're doing at GRIFT is global work. And so when I think about the impactfulness of having someone like you be the lead there, and the, international lens that you are bringing to the work, to me, that's a unique part about a model that is being built and that is being moved forward. So we'd love to for you to be able to speak more to that.
Yeah, great. And I apologize again for the technological difficulties. I think, as a new fund, one of the things that we're thinking about, and is I think we see ourselves in relationship with other folks that are also thinking about this, and is how we understand it. And I love what Lorelai said around what's the curriculum. And I think sometimes the knee-jerk response is either we don't engage youth at all, or when we engage them, we imagine they have all the answers and they don't need support. And so one of the things that we try to do is be facilitative, and that is very difficult in adultist spaces that want young people to be poured into. It's that banking, Freire's banking style of learning, which is we just tell them, we figure out what they need to learn and we pour it into them and then they absorb it. And being an organization that feels itself to be facilitative, we don't actually do a lot of teaching. When people ask us, well, what is your curriculum to help young people understand philanthropy? In actuality, we don't want them to fully understand philanthropy. We want them to understand what they are pushing up against. What are the power structures they're engaging? What is their presence and their experience? And this has been the hardest part of our work. And this is true all over the world, everywhere we've engaged young people, from Nairobi, Kenya to Oakland, California, is that the minute we say, okay, there's money to move, some of the young people go to a place of, well, let me go find evidence for the thing that I already know. So we could have spent 2 days talking about how amazing their lives are, the work that they've done, what challenges they face, their analysis of those challenges. We hear the clarity in their voices. And what we've done to young people is say to them, but that doesn't matter. What you need is data. What you need is someone else to affirm the thing you've already lived. And the thing we end up doing a lot of is saying, actually, no, your lived experience is enough. How you understand the world, the analysis you developed, and then when we bring you together with young people from spaces that you've never seen, that you may never get to see, you realize the connections, the points of divergence, the points of convergence in your experiences, and that connection and those conversations lift us up to the point of analysis. We go from experience to analysis, from analysis to strategy. And so one of the things we do with young people is say, you know what? So you have an experience, someone else has an experience, there's a meaning behind it. There's a reason why you have had this experience. Let's understand that. And then how do we use the resources that are available to us to make the change that we want to see? And that takes it out of the kind of like good student scholarly notion of what it means to make change, which young people already know, but we've managed to train them out of and say to them, that experience is no longer valid. Please go find out from someone who's never lived your life what the right thing to do is. And so we spend a lot of time in that stage where we're rounding young people back, like, no, let's go back to your experience. What has been your experience? Talk to your colleague or your friend or your peer. What has been their experience? And then we take that and we understand that to be about that creates analysis, that creates an understanding of why some people experience some things and other people don't. What does equity look like? What does disparity look like? What does harm look like? What does systemic change look like? And then we take that analysis and we lift it up to strategy. So we're not teaching about philanthropy. We actually don't want them to talk too much about philanthropy because we don't want them to adopt the bad habits. We want them to know enough about philanthropy to know what they're pushing up against, what they're challenging, and what they're choosing to dismantle as they engage and work with us. And then we say, okay, now what do you want to do? And that is a reflexive practice with young people that we have been able to model in different places in the world. And we see so many similarities. It's actually not that different. Our first grant making panel was 8 young people from 8 countries in the world. And when they got a chance to speak with each other, they had a lot of clear connection. And the minute we said, okay, now let's make a grant making strategy, it was like, oh, let's distance ourselves from our experience and focus on what people tell us we should do. And so then we have to say, oh, no, we're going back to your experience to understand how we build analysis. And that kind of what capitalism does is separate ourselves from our experiences, separate us from our people, separates us from what we know. And so what we're trying to do in our curriculum and the way that we build community and learn together is actually infuse those experiences back into how we make grants, how we think about moving money. And we think about money as both energy, we think about it as resources, we think about it as possibility. And we try to make space for young people to imagine differently. And that space to imagine differently looks different for every group of young people, but is the consistent space we try to create. And we do that in multiple places and believe in transnational connection, believe in the importance of that the global force, I say this all the time, is that the forces that we are up against are not respecting national boundaries. And we just keep focusing on, well, we're in this side of the world and you're on that side of the world. And we're not up against forces that are doing the same thing. And we wonder why we keep having setbacks. These young people know what they're dealing with. They know, and when they get exposed to folks in other contexts, they're very clear on how that connects to their experience and what they might do differently. And so that's a critical part of our work. And the thing I find most exciting is I'm looking for the time when we can skip that step of questioning ourselves and not hearing that our experience is enough. We don't have to go find a report and a study to tell us what we know about our communities and about our people. What we need to be is in connection with each other and in conversation with each other. And that's how we build the analysis that allows us to create change. And I'm excited that we get to do that with young people from all over the world. So it's the best part of what we get to do.
Thank you, Ramatu. Lorelei or Kenya? Lorelei, we can't hear you.
I get excited thinking about new models of engaging young people and new models of philanthropy that empower women, girls, and gender expansive youth. So one of the things I think we need to focus on, and today for some reason this word courage keeps coming up, right? Because I think we're in a pretty uncertain time, just in terms of the many pandemics and forces that are happening, the erosion of democracy, not just here, but globally. And I think it's easy to operate from a place of fear. And a lot of times when we operate from a place of fear, we get connected to what we call in somatics our conditioned tendencies, right? So we fight, flight, or there's fight, flight, or freeze impulse. And I think of what it would take to stand in courage, looking, unapologetically at what's coming, right? And to think about what is the new world we want to build and what structures and what type of giving does that demand. I went to this really transformative event. It was the Highlander 90th homecoming, and the title was A New World is Coming. And to think about, this sense of post-apocalyptic philanthropy, and what does that actually mean, right? The fact that, again, we draw from that ancestral practice of philanthropy. And I always want to anchor in that because we're in a moment, and I think we're cycling out of it, frankly, we've seen it already. There was an infusion of capital into Black-led organizing, Black-led institutions. And so I think there is some fear by some people that, oh no, the money's going to run out. Yes, it will run out. And guess what? Our people knew how to build quilombos. They knew how to self-organize and govern. They knew how to create cooperative economic cooperative companies and things like that. And so I think to anchor ourselves in that sense of courage and self-sustainability, and within that, thinking about if I could pronounce it, that would be awesome. Post-apocalyptic philanthropy is one that is anchored in our traditions of sort of indigenous philanthropy, but also one that is unafraid of failure and experimentation. I think, how can we continue to kind of fund across silos? One of the things I'm interested in and excited about in my work with the Warner Music Social Justice Fund, and I'll talk about what we do in probably the next question, but this sense of advancing racial justice at the nexus of culture and systems change. And then also looking at that's sort of looking at the level of narrative change, engaging media, new media, social media, traditional media, to change narratives, to confront and dismantle stereotypes of our folks that get in the way of liberatory futures. And then also for me, it's using culture and art as a way to mobilize people to, I don't want to say convert, but to create new unlikely allies. And then also to create a vision and sort of supercharge our collective imagination about what's possible. I think we get fed a story about what's possible. So, right, funding at that intersection of culture and systems change. And I think this element, which, I was so grateful to see my sister Melody, Sister Dioshun, we're both daughters of Oshun, but to bring in that invocation and that libation and blessing, that connection to our ancestors. So many of us understand the importance of resourcing from that place of spirit. And people may not name it spirit, but that place of our ancestral tradition. And so I think models that bring that form of organizing in. And I think also somehow, because I think there is a real and valid critique of capitalism, we're afraid to talk about making money, and so what are the ways that we can start to think about philanthropy and philanthropic practice as, social entrepreneurship and investing in hybrid organizations that are turning a profit, so that we can become more self-reliant. And so, I don't have all the answers. I think there's some pieces around land and food and water that we need to be considering in terms of resourcing, and this bottom line question around safety that need to be part of that model. But I think it all begins with courage.
I appreciate that from the both of you. I also wanted to just lift what you were saying around funding across silos, Lorelai, and just like seeing more of that, more of the collaboration that we're seeing, that had kind of, I think, came to a point in 2020, but then also kind of a little subsided a bit. I think there's a lot of more narrative around competition and who's doing what, instead of, there's a lot of what is this company doing and how can we top that, versus how can we collectively leverage our resources to do X, whatever that may be. So I would love to see more of that, more of leaning into trust-based models where we are, and participatory models where leaning on folks to lead the work themselves. And then it feels like it's true partnership versus the what I think was raised in the video, Cedra, but about philanthropy being so extractive. So that's what I would add to that space.
Yeah, thank you for lifting that. That was something that Kendall Shibadu, who is a staff person at G4GC, was naming, right? And when I think of the work that we're doing specifically at Black Girl Freedom Fund, it's really aligned with one of our ideals at G4GC around reciprocity as praxis, right? And this is something that has come through, I think, in a thread of all of what we've been saying, and working alongside and taking the lead from Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth, that there needs to be this mutual exchange, right? There needs to be this, I see you and you see me, I trust and respect you, you trust and respect me. That needs to be a part of what we are embracing when we're doing this work, right? And so reciprocity, the mutual exchange of influence, actions, and resources, and praxis, the practice that is informing our theory of how we are doing this work. And when I think about Black Girl Freedom Fund and the larger campaign that we are connected to, 1 Billion for Black Girls campaign, which was a coming together of 8 Black women and femmes who are artists, activists, philanthropists, scholars, who in 2020 said, we're seeing, to Lorelai's point, this investment in Black spaces that hasn't happened up until this moment for a very long time. And how do we make sure that there's also a gender lens that is being used to examine how this funding is taking place? How do we ensure that folks are thinking about racial equity alongside gender equity in a way that is not leaving Black girls and gender expansive youth to the side? And so I think that is an example of reciprocity in practice, right? Another example of reciprocity in practice is how we do grant making for Black Girl Freedom Fund. And so while I have the title of fund manager, I am not the final say. And over these last 2 cycles of doing grant making, have been able to work very closely with like a dope group of young people between the ages of 14 to 22 from Hawaii to New Jersey who have informed our work, right? And so curriculum definitely being a part of it, but also a space for young people to be young people, to unpack their own experiences, to be a part of conversations about how money and wealth impact their day-to-day, what their relationship with money is, but also what their relationship to their own voice and their own power is. And that is a starting point that allows for us to learn about the history of philanthropy, the bad things, the good things, to understand the framework of grant making at Grant Makers for Girls of Color, and to really think about a process that we want to put in place to do the vetting of applications that have come our way. And so through that process, we've released close to $5 million to over 75 organizations throughout the United States, including DC and Puerto Rico. And this work is going to continue, and it's going to continue because we will be doing this work alongside Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth. They will continue to be a part of the grant making process because, again, to quote Jamie, they know what it is and they know what ain't. And so they're going to keep us honest. They're going to keep us aligned. They're going to keep us on track of what we need to be focused in. And so again, that's another example of reciprocity as practice, right? That we are saying to our young people, we respect you, we see you, we trust you, and that we can learn from you and also share with you so that we can co-create this space and do this work together to invest in you now, not just when you're older, but right now, exactly where you are. And also we can invest in you and your families now in a way to create a joyous future. So as we are winding down in time, it would be amazing to see if there are any questions that folks who are tuned in may have for us. And while we're waiting for some of those questions to come through, one of the things that I would love to give the 3 of you space to do is to share a little bit more about your work and your commitment to invest in Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth. So take a moment to think about that as we wait for additional questions to come in through the chat. But yeah, what are some other things that you want to share with us about your work and your commitment to invest in Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth?
I'll start. I love the framing initially that we got, which is how are you funding havens for the creativity and leadership of Black women, girls, and gender expansive youth? And for me at the Warner Music Group Social Justice Fund, we do this in 3 ways. We enter with intention, we partner with humility, and we co-create institutions that are, really anchored in liberation. But before I do that, I wanted to say briefly what it is we do at the fund. It was founded in 2020 at the height of the racial reckoning, an investment of $100 million over 10 years to advance racial justice at this intersection of culture and systems change. And we've so far committed over $23 million in about 2 years, alongside our 3 grant-making pillars. So criminal justice reform, arts and culture, and education. And, just in terms of our approach, this intentionality for me was first and foremost, right? How do we embed this commitment to gender equity and to centering Black women, femmes, and gender expansive youth? So we do it at the level of strategy first and foremost. We're intentional about being intersectional. And so what that looks like for us is exploring the ways that, gender inequity impacts women in the music industry, for example, in our education pillar, looking at building music pipelines for folks of color, particularly women and non-binary folks to get into the music industry and to take on roles as producers, as songwriters, and folks behind the scenes. Because right now, I believe it's about 2.6% of women in the industry in the Billboard Top 100 are actually women or non-binary folks. 2% are producers. And so we look at those particular intersections within each pillar. The other piece for us is centering the leadership of Black women and non-binary folks. And so I'm proud to say that 81% of our grants go to Black-led institutions. And of that, we have 76% that are won by Black women, femmes, or gender expansive people. And that's in the US, but it's also in Nigeria, Colombia, Brazil, and the UK. And so that's the intentionality. I think this piece around partnering with humility is really critical. And it's been something that, I really try to lead with, and, just really trying to learn and be a partner. And so I can talk at a different time about a really dope partner we have called Gender Amplified. The sister Ebony Smith, who's an Atlantic Records producer, who's worked with Janelle Monáe and Lin-Manuel Miranda and all these folks, but really drew from her story, right? We talk about Black girls as protagonists, drew from her story, trying to get into the music industry and really finding a huge question around safety. And I talk about that idea of safety as a precursor to creativity. So she's created her own liberatory institution where there is that safe space, right? That people can learn and express themselves artistically and creatively with folks who share that same gender identity and share some of those same vision and passion and same struggles. And so that's that partnering with humility. I am not, familiar. I was not familiar with the music industry before I got started. And so I prepared myself to be a student and to have beginner's mind. And so I think there's that piece of entering with humility. And then finally, for us, this idea of building liberatory institutions, right? Helping to scale up those organizations that are run by Black women and non-binary folks to do this work, but really funding unrestricted multi-year grants. And so 2/3 of what we fund and how we fund is through that multi-year commitment. And really giving people the space to lead and center the voices and vision of Black women and non-binary people.
Thank you so much. Kenya or Ramatu?
I'm happy to share. As I shared, CRIF, or the Children's Rights Innovation Fund, is a new fund. And every single grant-making strategy and decision is made with young people in a transnational way. When we say the strategy too, one of the things I've learned being in philanthropy for a little bit is that oftentimes what we call participatory is handing young people a list of 10 grantees and telling them to possible grantees and telling them to pick 8. And we thought, well, that's lovely and it's a good start. But I think for us, what we want to see is we want the brilliance and analysis of young people to shine through in all of our portfolios. And so we are both a grant-making fund, but a donor-influencing fund. So we have 3 portfolios that are kind of static portfolios that we move resources to, but we move resources to learn. And so we know that there's lots of ways to learn. You can do research studies, you can talk to folks, you can do interviews. We move by learning money. We learn by moving money, I apologize. So what we say is that we know what young people's priorities are when they're putting money to those priorities. And so what we do is we build strategies around, we have 3 grant-making portfolios that are around decolonizing funding to young people. So that means in children's rights. So we look to fund Black youth in West Africa and the Americas that are organizing around racial injustice in their communities, but also understanding the connection to colonial empire and colonialism. We fund young people, we gather young people to think about safety, to really build towards safety and to resource, whether it's individuals, people, or institutions that keep young people safe in their communities. So that could be the lady at the hair salon that does all the kids' hair so they can get to school on time. That woman deserves resources. And so young people have moved resources to them. Our 3rd learning portfolio is really focused on second chances and understanding the way young girls, femmes, and gender nonconforming youth are stigmatized by patriarchal violence. And so we look at resourcing the ways that they collectivize around their own both vulnerability, but all their power. So right now we're focusing on young mothers and how they collectivize in movement spaces. And then we take all of that we learn in those spaces and push it out into the philanthropic sector to sometimes be disruptive, sometimes be teachers, but sometimes also demanding and insisting on more resourcing to young people directly. And then finally, our constituency is where we walk the walk. And we move young people, move funding to young people, regardless of the issue area, regardless of where they are in the world. We move non-competitive grants so that they can get funding just to do what they need to do. They don't have to start an organization or a foundation to do it. They can just get resources and funding. And we do that work all over the world. They create space with each other. They provide each other with political education. They organize together. And again, all of this is transnational. So that's CRIF in our work. And we always say we are a children's rights focus, which means we understand that so much money is raised on the back of children, but rarely do they have a say on where that money goes. And so we insist upon that. But also we try really hard to do our best to kind of get out of the way, which feels critically important. I call us a Black feminist children's rights fund, which means we work in a sector that, again, has very clear through lines to and from colonialism. So we're pushing up against sponsor a child programs and, institutionalization of Indigenous and Black and Brown children all over the world. And we're pushing back up against folks who believe that taking children away from their communities and their homes is the best way to keep them safe. And we know that that's not true. And so we look to ways to lift up those issues in a sector that raises billions of dollars on the backs of Black and Brown children around the world. And we believe that those young people should have a say and money raised on their behalf. So that's CRIF. And again, we bring a Black feminist lens to global work, which we're really excited to be in community with folks that are also thinking about that and thinking in that way. And so, yeah, that is CRIF. That's what we try to do. That's who we look to young people to remind us that that's what we said we were going to do, and hope that they keep us accountable to actually doing that.
I realized I was still on mute. So at the City Foundation, I've recently joined the foundation within the last few months, but can absolutely say that there are three strong areas that we are funding within this existing strategy. So it's community solutions, financial inclusion, and youth economic opportunity. We fund organizations that support youth in education, entrepreneurship, and those launching and scaling social enterprises. So however we can invest in Black entrepreneurs, we will do. There's a larger $1 billion Action for Racial Equity commitment that emerged from the foundation, like many that kind of put this emphasis on racial justice forward, and specifically programs that support and resource Black folks. So these are like lending programs, like bigger institutional wide initiatives, but 100 million of that is committed from the foundation specifically. So in my role, as we kind of come to the mark of the 2-year commitment, or 3, I should say, within hitting the 100 million, actually exceeding most likely, I think go forward of that is what does that now mean for the foundation? You hit the commitment, now what? And I think a lot of organizations are kind of hitting that. And within my role, really developing best practices for program officers in their work and how to embed a racial equity lens into their work as a grant maker. And then on top of that, what are we doing to really institutionalize that work within the foundation's core values on a go forward basis? So that's a bit to me. Prior to that, a lot of my work stemmed from working specifically with young people of color within education and really making sure that folks felt seen and heard across the Northeast, primarily is where I have my footing. And I think my connection to the work of G4GC really stemmed very organically when I was at my previous company, and where girls' education was a core pillar within the Estee Lauder company's work. And so knowing that that was an area, a space that we considered ourselves experts, it was like, we need to lean into our support of Black and Brown girls and gender expansive youth as an added layer to that. We are not a monolith by any means. And so how are we looking at women's advancement and girls' education through the eyes of Black and Brown girls? And so so happy that that worked out the way it did, and that you all are a part of my philanthropic family in that way, but just also general family to say. So yeah, that's a bit about my work specifically.
Thank you, Kenya. Thank you, Lorelei. Thank you, Ramatu. I'm sitting here and I just feel so full from listening to you all and knowing all the various work that you've done before this point, and knowing because of who you are, the work will continue. Kenya, you talked about meeting a target, right? And so what now? And so my what now is keep doing the investment, keep doing the work, recommit, figure out what you can do better, right? And make another investment in Black girls and gender expansive youth. Keep that going, right? And so as we are closing out, I would love to hear from each of you, what are tangible action steps that you would advise co-investors to take to co-create and fund havens to support the creativity, innovation, and leadership of Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth. So for folks who might be like, I came in here for like the 1, 2, 3 to-do list, give them the things to do. And so we'll kick that off with Kenya.
Yeah, Cedra, echoing something you literally just said, like put money and resources to Black girls, women, and gender expansive youth. I think in any, you have your line items, you have your budget targets for the year, make sure that that is one of them. And in addition to that, I think having spaces like this that allow for candid dialogue about how we can move the sector in the right direction are necessary. Listening to young people, absolutely. That is probably number one on my list. If you are supporting an organization that is, again, supporting young folks, then talk to those people to really see what it is that they need, and put the ego piece aside. I think that was what was raised earlier on in the dialogue, and I really want to lift that. Funders don't know everything, nor do they have the lived experience in those that they support. And so I think really taking those blinders off and being comfortable with being uncomfortable is a step that the sector needs to move into urgently. I think 2020 kind of brought along a lot of that, but there's still room for shaking it up even more, in my opinion.
Lorelei?
Oh, I thought Ramatu was going to speak. I can go. I think for me, tangible next steps, the first is interrogate your why. I think we know why ostensibly anyone should invest in this population, but I think you have to know why you are particularly in that seat and what you're prepared to do when you confront people who don't believe in investing in girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth. So know your why and be very clear, right? So that you can anchor in that why when you come up against the challenges that you will certainly come up against. And then I think, I loved, Ramatu, what you were saying about we learn by funding. I think too often we're like, oh, we need a white paper. Oh, wait, we need a convening. We need we need all these things to learn. And I'm 100% with learning. Like that's obviously a clear part. You don't want to step into anything blindly. But I think there's this sense of fearlessness again, to just get out and fund at multiple levels, right? So fund youth-led organizations, fund intermediaries like G4GC, fund, folks who are using media in innovative ways to advance racial equity and gender equity, gender justice. So fund in all the ways that you can, fund internationally, fund locally. And then in doing so, you're going to start to understand the ecosystem, and you're going to start to understand what aligns best with the type of giving you're best positioned to do. And then I think, really don't reinvent the wheel, right? We do want some innovation, but also rely on the folks who have been doing this and who know what to do, and just have lots of conversations with folks. And I see we got a Kiki circle coming up, so get to Kikiing. But Ramatu, sorry.
That's great. Thank you. Actually, I just want to add and build on and second and finger snap to some of what was already said. I believe in learning by moving money. There are very clear ways to get a sense of what folks' priorities than to allow them to move resources on their own behalf. I also believe in getting clear about your why. And then I think getting strategic and savvy about that. I feel like sometimes I get in spaces where folks are very earnest about their institutional affiliation. And so they are of their institution. And someone described it, they wear the school uniform and don't understand that as folks, but once you get clear on your why and who you do this for, then you get clear about your institution being a piece of the puzzle. And it is a tool through which you fulfill your mission as a person, as an activist, as a person of your community, as a person who believes in something. And so then they get savvy about, and it's not being, I don't think, underhanded or dishonest. It's saying, I'm trying to move this institution. Get clear on where you're trying to move people to. Get clear that maybe they may not be where you need them to be, but you can develop a learning agenda around your grant making that helps to shift the conversation. And that it is not, you are not a robot in a philanthropic role to execute the whims of your institution. You are a part of that institution that was brought in with a particular insight and an opportunity to move that institution towards its highest and best self. And so getting clear about what your mission is and that you are there for a reason and what would that reason be? And then how do you move that institution to further the work that you believe needs to be furthered? And so don't wear the whole uniform. Like if you have a pin or something from your institution, wear that. But don't don the whole uniform, because we know institutions shift and change and move. Your political commitment is yours. And so being in this work without a commitment to a politic, commitment to an outcome, commitment to a community of people, I think is dangerous. And I think we've seen too much of that. So I think that I would say as a kind of foremost thing. And I do think it's important to be in partnership and relationship. This work is relational work, to the point that someone told me, it's an art. I think, Lorelai, you said that this work is more art than a science. And you don't develop and hone your skill unless you're in community with other folks. And so if you're not sure how to move money to Black girls, girls of color, femmes, gender expansive young people, then you need to be in community with people that do, and build trusting partnerships so that you have a counsel, you have their counsel, they have yours, and that you have a community that keeps you accountable to moving work in the way you say you want to. So that, in addition to everything that both Kenya and Lorelai said, I would add those two things. So please don't take yourself so seriously. Like these jobs, I love y'all, but they come and go in these institutions. Yeah. Your political commitment is what should stay. And get right with how you align your political commitment to the role that you're in. And if it seems impossible, then get with some people that can help you figure that out.
Word. Thank you all so much. And for folks who like a good summary, I just want to pull at 5 of the things that came up just now, right? That first and foremost, we listen to young people, that we listen to Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth, that we have candid dialogue, right? And we continue to have candid dialogue with one another about these topics, that we interrogate our why, and we use that as our anchor, right? That we move with strategy and with savviness, that we develop a learning agenda that helps us to shift the conversations within our institutions, and that we are in partnership and relationship with community. And that's how we move this work forward. In closing, I just want to say, to folks who are have worked with young people, are thinking about working with young people, and you're like, I just need some more. I just am not sure how to get started or how to move things forward. I don't know how to actually defer to their leadership. One of the things that I've been told a time or two as a young person coming up is to speak when spoken to, right? And I think that that's something that we can take on as adults. As we are building community with young people, speak when spoken to, right? We should be ready to listen, right? To ask questions that are forwarding questions, but not questions that are going to be questioning the integrity, the courage, or the brilliance of Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth, right? We should also be in a commitment to be present and connected. And that might mean that the agenda that we have for the day, that it is scrapped, that we only get through 3, or we might just get through 1. Because if you're connected to the rhythm of the young people in the space, you might need to put your agenda to the side momentarily. And also that there are things that young people just do better than us, period. There are things that Black girls, femmes, and gender expansive youth just do better than we do. And so it's also an opportunity for us to release ego and to let them be our teachers. And so again, thank you to Lorelei, to Ramatu, to Kenya for making the time to be here with us across many time zones. Thank you for your brilliance. Thank you for your incredible work. It is not easy work, but thank you for your commitment. This conversation is definitely one of those conversations that anchors me. And I thank you all who are tuned in. Before we close out, wanting to remind folks to mark your calendar for Black Girl Freedom Week 2023, coming up in February 2023. I also want to invite folks to take a moment to stretch, to hydrate, to get a snack, and ready yourself for the upcoming workshops, office hours, and circles that are remaining for day 3. Thank you so much for being present with us today.
sounds fantastic. But that's what
Greetings, everyone. What a wonderful virtual gathering this has been, and we are coming to the closure of it pretty soon. I'm Josefina Casati, Senior Director of Communications at Grantmakers for Girls of Color. And on behalf of everyone on our team, I'd like to thank you for joining us for our virtual convening, Reclamation and Reciprocity, Harvesting Just and Liberated Futures for Girls, Femmes, and Gender-Expansive Youth of Color, and for your commitment to achieving just and liberated futures for girls, femmes, and gender-expansive youth of color. We had 35 sessions of engaging content, including plenary sessions, workshops, office hours, where you received specific guidance on challenges you're facing, and of course, our Kiki circles, where we hope you've built community and made new friends. We had over 90 brilliant speakers and performers, intergenerational leaders representing all of our communities. We were gifted with phenomenal keynotes with timeless messages from Dolores Huerta, our president and CEO, Dr. Monique Houston, Dr. Cecilia Aragon, Erica Hart, Amira Falzi, Tony Bison, Lorelei Williams, Dr. Ramatu Bangura, and so many others. We experienced profound poetry by Fatima Asghar that still gives me the feels, and music that touched our soul, from chants during our sessions to the unforgettable set by Onyx Appleberry. And get off your seat dance parties by the talented youth of Girls Make Beats like the one we just enjoyed. This virtual convening was memorable because of the participation and leadership from young people, elders, and all of you, our grantee organizations and fellow funders working towards social justice. All of you sharing brilliance, insights, powerful personal narratives, poems, songs, questions, and blessings, all with so much trust, respect, vulnerability, generosity, and wisdom, and always listening to and following the leadership and guidance of our young people. My soul is at peace and invigorated, and I hope yours is also. If you'd like, share your favorite moments or memories on the chat. My personal list is very long. I would like to acknowledge each and every person in our phenomenal G4GC team who are invested in uplifting and amplifying all the social impact movements and pour love into our young people. They inspire me every day. I also want to extend gratitude to JC Rafferty and her team at Girl Friday events, as well as the TrimTab Media team, who ensured everything went smoothly and efficiently backstage and allowed us to navigate this virtual space and be in community. Gracias. And deep gratitude to all of you for joining us and making this year's virtual convening unforgettable. We are honored to be part of this community that believes in the creativity, leadership, and necessity to center, support, celebrate, and abundantly resource girls, femmes, and gender-expansive youth of color. And most importantly, let's acknowledge our young people, because they are showing us the way, and we are here to listen and abundantly support them. As a gentle reminder, please fill out our surveys and let us know what you loved or what you'd want to see us do at the next convening. We will share the plenaries and some of the sessions that were recorded in the near future. If you are not signed up to receive our newsletter, see the link in the chat or follow us on our social media platforms. You can always go to our website, G4GC.org. And now it is my distinct pleasure to officially close this G4GC convening by introducing the talented Shanice Holmes from Dancing Grounds, who will tell us about the incredibly brave and talented young people from Dancing Grounds who will share their talent with us. Thank you all.
Hi, my name is Shanice Holmes, and I am coming all the way from New Orleans, Louisiana. I wish I could be there today in order for me to introduce this brilliant group of people that I work with in person. However, I know that you're going to enjoy the video that is upcoming. I work for a company called Dancing Grounds that offers accessible dance to all bodies and ages. The program that I specifically run at Dancing Grounds is called Dance for Social Change. And these young people meet every Saturday, 3 hours, to discuss issues that are affecting them in their community. We've talked about issues like gentrification and women rights and the school to prison pipeline. More recently, we've talked about mental health during the pandemic. The mental health video that we made the first year, which was in 2021, was centered around the horrors that these youth were experiencing. They were talking about the isolation we all felt in pandemic and their experience being in school during the pandemic and having to figure it out for themselves. This film is called You Heard Me, Youth Stories in a Global Pandemic, and it won special jury mention at the 2021 New Orleans Film Festival. And so I would urge you to check that out. It is available on YouTube, our Dancing Grounds YouTube, so check that out. You Heard Me. And then now we are focusing in on the video you're about to witness is focusing in on the dreams, the hopes, the visions of young people and what they are just remembering their childhood and reflecting, but also exciting new ventures ahead. So looking ahead is what you're going to see next. So excited for you to witness this film. Without further ado, I want to jump into the film. If you have any more questions or if you want to know more about the program, please feel free to follow us on dancinggrounds.org. Go to the website and also follow us on social media. I hope you enjoy. Bye.
My name is Amari James. I'm 17.
My name is Milani, and I go to Warney.
My name is Amira, and I go to NOCA.
Hi, my name is Amaya Smith, and I attend NOCA.
A childhood memory that made me feel powerful is when me and my cousin got first place in a talent show that we did for the kindergarten division. A lot of people cheering us on. I remember teachers, students, family members. It made me feel like we were at a concert. When we got on stage and the person said our names and then announced that we got first place for the kindergarten division, that's what made it feel very powerful because we were young and we got first place, which made it very much more special.
When I was younger and I was cleaning my room, like deep cleaning, I was in elementary school, and I decided to put on music and have a main character in a movie moment where I was using my broom and my vacuum as my microphone. So I have a very wild imagination since I'm an only child, and realistically I saw my dirty room, but when I was tapping into that imagination, I saw my dolls, which was my audience, in front of the stage, and I was on stage. In that moment, I was letting my imagination guide me, and I felt powerful because nothing could stop me from getting to that point.
So it's like muffled voices.
see the sun shining, but the clouds starting to come in, because that's how you know when the rain is about to come. Something about this memory that made it feel powerful is being able to draw on a sidewalk with the chalk and being able to beat the rain, and then coming back and our drawing still being there.